guess nighttime now. I was sleeping earlier, and I want to lower this. Let's see where we're at. That should be right there. A little higher. A little bit higher. How I do it. See who joins me tonight. First, I gotta see. Give me a second here. I'm trying to get my stuff together. All right. Welcome anybody and everybody. I want to get that a little bit higher with the camera dead even with the sculpture so you're seeing what I'm seeing. Okay. Now it'll give me room for the picture that I need on the other side. Okay, so who is in the house with me right now? Anybody? 3 watching. Say hello, guys. We are going live, and this is the flashback. We are getting closer and closer. Island Beyond, brother. How you doing? Bobby, what's up? Bobby. No, my name's John. So, I'm honing down the eye and the scowl area, getting it closer and closer. But I do need to bump out the forehead just a little bit. We are sculpting live tonight. Yes, we are, sir. Still working on the head shape because it is very important that you get it right. Good evening. What's up, Joe Reese? What's happening? Takeoff Vision. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. We have, I'll give you straight on perspective in a second here. Asylum, I think this looks better than the original Flashback. Not even close yet. Not even close. But we are going to get it as close to as possible. That's way too much clay. I had to melt some clay. I didn't want to come on here and then have to run in there and melt clay and do all this crazy stuff. So. And I'll show you what I'm doing here in a minute. I have, from the still shot, you know that one picture that they show you the actual screen used mask? It's a perfect profile of it. It's a profile picture. And I traced it out, the profile of his face. And what I'm trying to do is get the profile perfect. And that means I gotta lay it in there like that. Now, my zooming ability isn't quite there, so I gotta put, alright, so what I'm gonna do, my zoom ability, I'm kind of a fixed, at a fixed, it'll, you know how like when you zoom in, it only goes so big, it does it in increments. I can't get it to zoom into the exact size. I need it to match my sculpture when I took the picture of the profile. So the profile picture is just a little bit bigger, but what I'm trying to do is actually make it so it'll work. It still works because I have the profile. I can see that it's, let me see something. Yeah, so that just goes up a little higher. That's only because this is bigger than okay. I have it really close. This is really close. Now let me show you what it looks like here. Straight on. Alright. So you guys can get an idea. Once I have the clay kind of smoothed in, then I rake it and I make sure that it really is leveled, you know. Alright, I need it facing me. I can't do that from this side. And I still have some more to take off here. Now this is a rake. Now what this rake will do is actually take out all the high spots. And it's taking a lot of clay off. And expose all the low spots. guys liking it, huh? This flashback's going to be a nice man. I told you, I promised you I was not going to, I can't wait till Pipe Master sees this. He's going to be blown away on how good this is turning out. And I really think with this one, what's really making the difference is the scowl area is protruding out far enough now, and it looks like the mask. It looks just like the mask. Even my 2018 and everything, when I look at those masks up there, the scowl is what makes the difference. The lips, good. I have to bring down this is still way too high here. I'm getting better with let's do some work and see how this thing starts to shape up tonight. I got to take my glasses off because I need to be able to see. When I'm closer, I have to see. All right, so put the tools off to the side. I cleaned up around here like you wouldn't believe. And it was because I got tired of having everything literally well, like when I rake it and all the clay drops to the ground. It's easy to clean up because there's nothing in the way. Nothing keeping me from cleaning it up nicely. Now, what's this now? Yeah, make sure everybody, please put your caps lock on so I can see the text a little easier. What do you actually thought of that H2 I sent you on Facebook? Takeoff Vision. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I just think that everybody has their own little things about the different, the different perspectives. I think with the H2, the original 1981 H2, the secret to that is the mask is so much wider on the outside this way. In other words, it's really wide this way, and it stretches out the eye cuts. Because truthfully, that's exactly what it did to the mask, because it was a very small mask, and Dick Warlock had a very wide head. And the secret to capturing that same look is to actually, that same look is I'm sorry, I'm concentrating here. I don't want to mess this up here. Nice thing about clay is even if you mess up, you just add more clay and fix it. And you keep adding clay, taking it away, adding clay, taking it away. There you go. That should be a song for us sculptors. Adding clay and taking it away. One of you songwriters out there, put it together. Adding clay and taking it away. Adding clay and taking it away. We need much better music than that. You get the gist. It rhymes. It rhymes. Yeah, there's still some work that has to be done on the nose. There's still some work that has to be done everywhere. A lot. Now this is starting to really look good here, this cheek. I really like the way this cheek is turning out. muscle has to be brought down. This muscle really has to be brought down. And this cheek here has to come down a little bit. A little tough to do when you're right-handed, working with your left hand and not to mention the left side. Yeah, this is going to be a good mask. This is going to be one. If you guys are, if you really like the flashback mask, I would recommend getting this when I finally have it in production. This might be done faster than I thought. I was going to do this all winter long. I think I'm going to have this done by October, maybe sooner, because I've really got the shape is really coming together here, man. How to sculpt a flashback mask. That's what this video is going to be called. Part 2. You read your comments. Slip the glasses back. Good level. Thank you. Take off vision. Myers. Does that say vlogger? Takeoff vision, thank you. I appreciate it. It says Myers. Does that say vlogger? Yeah, thank you. Put your caps on, please, because I can't really see the. Forgive me if I mispronounce your names because I can't really see the small text on your I see the logo. It's a big M, red M. It says Myers. I think it says vlogger. Forgot. Okay. The masks. Myers vlogger. Cool. Like that. I like that name. It's pretty cool. And thank you, Takeoff Vision, for that kind words of how I've progressed in 3 years. Yes, well, I've learned a lot, and I've also, studied anatomy a little more with the human anatomy. And Joe Reese, want to make sure I do a shout out to everybody that's still on here. Hopefully everybody's still here with me. We're going to keep working on this tonight, and I'm going to keep reading off your comments as we splurge into this. We're going to see how far we can go with it tonight. I'm in no rush. I'm off this weekend. Yeah, don't go figure. Oops, there's a piece of hair. Don't want that in there. Oh, come on. Get out of there. We'll see what we can make it look like tonight. Now, this nose got too much going on here that I don't like. I need to smooth it out. right now I'm trying to smooth everything out, trying to get everything to where it gets pretty much almost have the shape down. The eye cuts are pretty much in place of where they're going to be here. Now the secret is, and this is why I had to tear apart the other sculpture to get to this. Let me show you guys. You see how much overhang there is here now? Where the undercut is? This is what gives this mask so much character. And it gives it the that menacing look without being really an expressional. It's not an expression. It's on the look at the faces. It's not an expression. There's no real expression to this face. It's just that why it looks so menacing is because of the natural features that William Shatner actually has. And yes, William Shatner is still, even with the flashback mask, it's different than the original mask by far. But what made, my opinion, what made the mask so unique and so kind of creepy was the fact that William Shatner's face was very odd, a very odd face. And William Shatner has a very odd shape to his face. Working on the nose. Yeah, this is going to come together really nice. When this is all done, this is really going to come together really nice. And I got to get some smaller tools in here to shape this out. Not trying to take too much of this bump out. This is a little too sharp of a blade to use that. So let me have, I wised up and I started putting all the tools that I constantly use in one of my little buckets here. These tools are the ones I reach for all the time. So I know I have a ton of tools on each side of me right here. And that's for when I have to do something like, you know, odd. So I dig for those tools. So I pulled out just a little loop tool. Now I'm trying to feel which side. See, these tools here are really cool. One's a cutting side and one's a shaping side. And you can break your finger across it like this, and you can feel the cutting edge versus, now that's the cutting edge. Trying to grab me. This side is more of a straight edge. There's no cut to it. And that'll move the clay, especially softer clay. But I need the cutting edge to do what I'm doing here. And I'm trying to start doing these videos so you guys can see more of what I'm doing. And I don't want to block. I'm trying to do it so I don't block with my hands. I don't want to block what I'm doing. And I've got to do this. I've got to blend this in further though. Way too high. I'm not trying to take all the muscle out. We're just trying to show a little bit of a bump there. All I was doing, the reason why it was sticking out so far is because I wanted to make sure I had the line in the right direction. And just keep pulling off that clay. Until it's down where it needs to be. And blended. When I use the naphtha, that's when it's going to come together real nice. Now this cheek is way too high in this area yet. I still got to rake all that down. It's interesting. I love this. I love this business. I really do, man. If I had 50 more years of life, I would have been doing this for. I would do this for the rest of my life. I'm going to do this for the rest of my life anyway. But I turned 62 in a few days, guys, and I don't really have 50 years. If I'm lucky, I'll live 20. Or 30, if I can make 90. But my family history goes against that, so I doubt I'll get to 90. So what I did there, it was a sharp edge right in here, and I took that out. Naphtha will take over and really blend this nicely for me. And this has to be way down. And there's a hole that has to be filled right in here. While my clay is soft, I'll take a little piece of this out of here. Now I sneak in. I use a little bit of clay at a time when I do stuff like this. Because if you overdo it, then you're taking way too much clay off again. If you get my meaning. Oh yeah, that's starting to really look like something, huh guys? What do you think? What do you think? Say something. Talk to me. Talk to me. Yeah, my cousins are Italian, so I grew up around Italians. Talk to me. I got a buddy that lives with me that's full-blooded Italian. Love the man. His name is Angelo Rotundi. Good guy. Somebody you can really rely on. He's a good man. Good man. And I'm digging this, man. I am digging this. And I should have been born Italian. I really feel that way because one, for the food, the traditional ways and how they treat each other within their families. Okay, let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Well, if we do the 78, it is the stretch version, takeoff vision. If I were to do the 78, it would be the stretch version. And I got to tell you, the 78, um, I don't know. I don't. I'm thinking the 78. Uh, if you really want to follow the life cast, uh, if you do the life cast, I could do that with no problem because I have a life cast. My problem is there's a lot of really good mask out there from mask companies that are already, and that's why I kind of did the hybrid uh, Night Creeper the way I did it because it was a combination mask of a lot of different looks, gave you and it gives it its own original feel. And a lot of people, I mean, you either like it or you don't like it. I mean, there's no, and I don't hate on anybody that doesn't like my work. That's fine. I have no problem with that because as an artist, I don't. There's a lot of things that I don't like that's out there. I mean, you know, because especially with when you have a keen eye, and then all right, so I can have a keen eye and I can replicate something to the T. All right. The problem is, do I want to make it exactly like what's already been done? Um, Now, when it comes to the flashback, there's not very many people out there that have done this flashback yet. Um, and there's I keep saying, I don't like that. I hate saying that. There are a lot of people that love that mask. And I've grown to like it. I've grown to like it a lot. I got to take this down. This is irritating me. See how this is much lower than this over here. So we are going to take that down right now. And I need to be able to see this as well as this when I'm doing it. I need a bigger, here we go, we'll use this rake. Some things just bother me more than others. Yeah, this sculpture is a lot lighter than that other sculpture. Not nearly as much clay on there as the other one. All right, gotta get a lot more in here, out. Get off of my lips. I don't want nothing on those lips. There we go. There's a learning curve to everything we do. A lot of, there's so much. When you're just starting out on something, no matter how good of an artist you are, You got to learn how to use the material. You got to learn, you know, the anatomy of a real human face. You know what our contours are on our face. Like the lip area and the chin area was giving me a hard time for the longest time until I actually started really paying attention to human anatomy. All right, I need to look at this at a different perspective. That's looking a little better. Yeah, baby. I'm not left-handed, that's obvious. I look very awkward doing it. You can see myself on camera, but I've got to do it. Now what I'm doing is I see the depth in here, and this is not deep enough over here. So I have to dig in a little bit more to get this depth right. The hardest part, I think, is shaping it. I see the text pop up. I can see it out of the corner of my eye. Peripheral vision, I have pretty good peripheral vision. Not as good as some, but better than others. Yeah, takeoff vision. You love the eyebrows, man. That's something about you and your eyebrows. There's a little bit of a dent here. I'm not digging. You like your eyebrows, man. Do you prefer waxed eyebrows or do you prefer clay eyebrows? Little joke. I know I like waxed bikini lines. That's for sure. Yeah, I went there. And this is a little too low. Or too, yeah, this is coming down a little bit too low. So what I want to do, no, I don't want to rake it. That's too big. Looking a little bit better. Yeah, man. We are doing some waxing, all right. Some people would say, well, did you really sculpt that? Yes, I did. I did cheat a little bit with this one. I used, believe it or not, what is all this junk in here? Something I don't want back into my clay, so I'm going to get that out of there. now I'm just smoothing everything in. I'm trying to keep everything the way it's supposed to be. And I have a lot of raking to do. Got a lot of nose work to do underneath it here yet. Yeah, that's really good. Look at that. Look how much better that looks, guys. When this is smoothed out and then textured, this is going to be nice. Oh yeah. And this is still bulging out. Let me see. Yep. I got to go in further with this. All right, so keep them boogers off of there. Got to keep them boogers off of there. Let's see, where is it? Is it coming together? Yes, it is. It's weird. Now I see things that I never seen before, and it's because it's two things. You really start to really understand and know how the Michael Myers mask is made, versus trying to figure it out on the fly. It's not easy. It's not. It gets easier because you really get used to what it is that you have to replicate. Michael's doing some waxing. Okay, all right, yeah. I forgot what I said back there. Bikini waxing. I know. I made a joke. My skin is so rough on my fingers. Calluses and stuff. We don't want to use this for that area. I'm going to use this there. This is one of my favorite tools for smoothing out and getting the surface close. you guys are starting to see the shape come to life here, right before your very eyes. A lot of work underneath of there. I still got to add more neck. Um, okay. What I'm doing here is I'm looking at a picture right next to where I'm watching and monitoring you guys talking to me. And I've got a picture, small picture, but I can see the little details that I need to make sure I don't lose. I'm going to be really happy with this mask. I think this mask is going to be really, really good. I do. I really think it's going to be good. And this is going to be a one size does all. Yeah, because I just want to straighten out some of this here. I'm going to try to make this a 25-inch mask. I thought about going 24 and, you know, but I think 25 is the magic number because of the fact that a 25-inch mask, if you have a big head, you can fit it. If you have a small head, you can fit it with the help of some placed inside the head. You place some like little padding. You put padding inside the mask, and you can use E6000 glue, in case you're wondering what to use to glue the pads inside the head. You know, and what you do is you put your mask on, right, and find out where you want it. If the eye cuts like right, you want your eyes in here, right up in this area. In other words, right here, and it's hard to. I see. This is where your eye actually is, but you want your eye cuts up in this area, up higher, which means if you have a real small head, your eyes will end up being way up here, way up here. So you'd have to put padding inside the top of the head to bring your eye level down where you want it in position. So that's here or there. Let's see, what can we do? What can we do? I know what I want to do. I'm going to get the bottom of this nose shaped right. And put the nose holes in. Them holes are those nose holes on them because I'm using the screen used mask as my picture, and those nose holes are pretty big. perfect yet. Okay. This is going to come in. All right, now what that does is it allows me to shape the nose a little bit easier now that the holes are there. I'm sorry, I'm blocking your view. Did it again, didn't I? Get out of here. No, this isn't quite high enough here. You know, when I get quiet, it's because I'm concentrating, because I can mess this up pretty easily. This side's a little bit bigger than the other side. A little bit more round. Joe Reese. Thank you, Joe Reese. It's getting there. It's going to be a little bit. It's going to be, I'm really trying to take my time with this. But I am speeding along a lot faster than I ever thought I was. Because I had so many difficult things. But I got to tell you, I cheated with the chin area. And that was always, the chin and lip area were always the most difficult for me. The ears aren't even that difficult for me. The chin The nose isn't that difficult for me, but the lips and the chin were a nightmare for me for some reason. I guess every artist has struggles with certain things, and mine are definitely lips and chin. To get them very accurate, that's the key. You know, I wanted them to look really good. But this is how I cheated. I have my silicone master copy of my Night Creeper back there, and you guys seen the Night Creeper. So what I did was I poured a bunch of melted clay into my mold that has the Night Creeper lips already done. So what I did was I cut out this region right here around the chin area, the whole chin and everything. I cut this whole thing out and literally took it off the armature down to the armature. All right, with just the chin, this area right here. All right, and then I stuck those lips on there, and it turned out perfect. I made the cut right at the top of the nose. I'm sorry. Stop the mid sentence, and I do that a lot. I see something wrong and I go, oh, gotta fix that. Okay. I'm not sure I like those. I'm not sure I like that. I think I've taken too much off here. They're a little too high. No big deal. Let's just watch this. Yeah, that's better. That looks better. Yeah, and actually, this one's almost even with that. Just a little bit on the tip of it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to refill the hole because there's a little bit of a cleft inside of there, a little bit of a. And I don't want that to be a bad spot. So that's back in there. Yeah, this one's going to be a nice mix. I think this is going to really turn out pretty nice. Pretty nice. Now, I do have to add a little bit of, not so much this side, but I have to add a little bit more bulk. Do I add bulk to that? I don't think that's a good idea. Let me think. Let me think about how I want to approach this. Have to think. All right, so I think what I'm going to do. Here. The eye hole. And what I need, this has to be tucked in a little bit more, and straight up and down. Okay. I'm just going to poke out. Face is a little greasy. My greasy fingers. We're working with crumbs of clay, as Nick Mopagano always says. And he's right. You really are. And you're trying to shape everything just right. Now what I actually need is the lights to be dropped down so I can see up into the eye cuts. Yeah, this is I think this is going to be a nice, I do, I think this is going to be a nice sculpture, guys. When this is all said and done, this is going to be nice. There's still 5 people on here, man. What are you guys doing? Hey, happy Memorial Weekend. I'm actually off this weekend. I love it. This, you know, it's just, it's nice to be somewhat retired because I can pick and choose. I'm also going to start working on this neck a little bit. This is boring, I know, but I've got to get this neck flare right. Got to get this neck flare right, and it's got to be right. It's got to be right. So the neck flare kind of goes in and then it comes back out just a little bit. And I'm going to make the neck a little bit bigger, just a little bit bigger. So I put it where it needs to be. And then I keep pushing clay into places until I bleed it back into the neckline. I want to bleed this. I got this bulk and I want to bleed it in so it's nice and round. My clay's getting hard again, so it's I'll smooth this out with Take All Vision. Good, man. I'm glad you guys are digging it. Glad you guys are digging it. Maybe this will improve sales with this flashback. What do you think? Will people want to buy this when this is completed? That's the question. Yeah, we got It's getting there, guys. It's getting there. So I'm trying not to make this sculpture too big. Because if I do, then I'll be into having to make a two-size situation like I did the last time, and I don't want to do that. Trying to make one size, and that's it. I may have to go warm up some more clay. This would make life a lot easier trying to do this. I'm working with hard monster clay, not the soft stuff. And the only reason it's semi-soft right now is because I've been handling the clay with my hands. Now, what I'm trying to accomplish here is where the ear is right here. It tapers, it goes in a little bit, and then it goes back out. It flares out just a little bit on the neck. That's what I'm looking at on the actual screen used mask. And I just have to fill it and blend it in and get it nice and round as I do it. I thank you guys so much. JRC Productions. That's not true. I've been doing this only for 3 years, but it's been a long 3 years. If you'd have seen how I started compared to where I'm at now, I will say you have to have patience. Uh, JRC, you have to have patience, and you have to have a passion. I mean, I just think that if you really like art, you really like to sculpt, and you like, you know, this kind of thing, this is not work. This would never be work for you. You would enjoy it, and you would enjoy the learning process too. I like the learning. I like everything about it. And yeah, I claim not to be any expert. I am far from it, man. But that's what experience does. It turns you into an expert at some point, you know. Um, at some point. At some point, you're looked at as like, oh my God, one of the best mask makers ever. Blah 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 blah. I don't think I'm going to live that long. I'll never be able to live long enough to see that day because I'm 62 now. But all I'm interested in doing is putting out a really product. It's legacy for me at this point. It's not so much even money anymore. I want to make money. Don't get me wrong. But it's also, you want to make something that lives beyond your years. You know, I have two things that I have somewhat of a legacy in my other business as well. That's art. It's based on art as well, and I just feel like I'm blessed. I'm very blessed. Would I want stardom? Do I need any of that? Nah, I'm not into that. That's egocentric shit. I'm not into that. Not at all. I'd rather be down to earth and talk to people and enjoy people's company. You know, not trying to it's not big enough. Of course not. Probably gonna have to melt some clay soon. All I'm trying to do is make sure that the flare is right, because the flare has to be at least as wide as the head on the neckline. It actually flares out a little bit bigger, a little bit wider than the head at the base. And I have to get that right, and then blend it in and round it out, so it's nice. Oh yeah, there's learning curves with everything we do. I'm no expert. I think I have a pretty good eye, but boy, I have some difficult moments, that's for sure, and everybody that's been on here has seen that. The difficult learning curves that we go through. It is tremendously difficult at times. And sometimes I have to literally say, okay, I'm not having one of these days. I'm having a day where I just can't see correctly, or it just, something isn't jiving. And I literally start thinking, all right, that's enough of this. Let's just walk away, come back another day, and get back on it. Don't keep pushing it if you're really frustrated. If you have a day that you're really frustrated and you're really having a hard time with something, don't push it, especially in art. You want to walk away, come back with a fresh set of eyes. And also, like, what I always find to do when I'm having a hard time or something, I'll dig out the pictures of the Michael Myers mask, and I'll look at it, and I'll look at it, and I'll look at it, man, and I'll look and look and look and look, and constantly look. And the reason why I think this has come along so much faster, oh my God, I thought this wasn't going to be nowhere near ready for December. But let me, I'll read your comment in a minute, JRC. Let me finish my point. I thought this was going to be like, oh my God, I tore off all that clay off the armature and this is going to take forever. Then I came up with an idea where I'm going to make sure that I only add 1 inch of clay on the armature everywhere. And what that did was it kept the actual human anatomy in place. All right. And even when my sculpture of my chin and my lips, when I did that, I cut that all off of the chin, right down to the armature. And then when I stuck it on there, it stayed true to the actual. It was cool. I was like, wow. So I was happy with that result. Okay, let's see what this did. I need to melt some more clay. What this did was it changed the way it comes into the neck. Now I'll rake all the high spots out of it. Let's take a look. Yeah, see that flare's coming into play. See the difference? See this side? See that flare's there now? It's going to be a little thicker around the neck, but it's going to give me what I'm looking for. Face it more at you directly so you can see what I'm talking about. The neck flare is there. The neck flare is there. Boy, I'm rhyming stuff left and right here. Maybe I should rap for you guys. What do you think? Rap and sculpt at the same time? You don't want to hear that, trust me. All right, let me read your JRC. I never really liked to sculpt. My joy is painting. Love painting too. I do love painting, but I don't know. I just feel, for me, I'm more of a hands-on guy, and I see things in 3 dimensions. I don't know why. I spent a lot of years doing relief carvings, but a lot of sceneries and stuff like that. That's what I did, JRC. I did a lot of relief carving in wood and scenery, and I even whittled at different points in my life. But I never took it seriously, and I always had my other job that was making my money for me. So, and you know, odd jobs here and there. I'm not no rocket scientist by no means. Very art related. Everything I've ever done is all based on my art. All right, let me read the rest of it because it's hard. Do me a favor, JRC, put everything in caps from now on. Yeah, I think I'm going to have it very close by July. You know, I'm not putting a time stamp on it because I don't know. There's just things about it that I know. Like I'm looking at the head shape right now, and I think I got to take more off on this side now. You know, there's just things I got to do. I still got to rake it, then I got to smooth it. But this is going to come together a lot faster than my other sculpts. Oh my God, yes. So JRC, make sure you put your caps on because I'm having a hard time reading. My joy is painting mask. I want to learn to airbrush masks. I'm overhauling an H6 this fall. Going to rehair and repaint it. Oh, I want to see some of your work, JRC. I'm going to have to go to you put it on YouTube? Which method would you use to rehair a mask? Crepe hair, I'm going to give you a little secret that gives you a better texture. Crepe hair is good. I won't say nothing wrong with that. That's a wool, basically, but it's a thicker wool. I like, oh no, I can't think of the name. I'll have to get back to you because I can't remember what it is, and I have to pull it down to remember the name of the type of hair that I use. But what it does, it actually has some gray follicles in it and some, nice dark browns. It's a perfect brown. You don't even have to, airbrush. You don't have to add no black to it. You don't have to do nothing to it. It's a perfect color, and it's the perfect thickness in hair. For there, let me just show you. I'll show you the mask. I'll show you the 1978 overhaul that I did. Let me back this up, and I'll put it right here in front. This is the 1978 Tots Trick or Treat 78 that I overhauled. Now, that's my overhaul. All right, it has all the flesh tones. The hair is, I haired this. I did everything to it. All right, styled the hair. This is a 78. The trick to this, I believe, is your washes and your the flesh tones are all there. See, you can see the flesh tone underneath. All right. Hair styling is huge. Your hair, the styling of the hair has to be right. And if you're an artist, you'll figure out exactly how to style it. I'm going to add a little bit more hair to the bottom of this mask because I took off too much on the back of the head. So I'm going to take more. I'm going to add one strip around underneath the here of hair, and then I'll shave it off. That hair should be down to about here. That's where it should be. But you can see there's little gray follicles in this hair. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Icelandic with a D. Icelandic hair. You can probably find it on Etsy. Icelandic hair. And see how thick the follicles are? It really gives you a really, and the color's perfect. It's dark. It's not that blonde color. It's got a lot of, how to tease the hair and everything. That's a whole nother video. Now, I don't really have a lot of product in this hair to mess, so you can style it still yourself. But these hair follicles, man, look how thick they are. Some of these are gray. There's a gray follicle right there I got a hold of. How to tease the hair and everything, I don't know. Two plus months is okay. I agree with you. Takeoff Vision. But this is my overhaul of the 78. This is a pretty large mask. This is a 25-inch mask here, and that's what I'm aiming for with that guy. That's going to be a 25-inch. Now this is a Nick Castle look with the stretch, where if you want a Dick Warlock, it's like this. Dick Warlock changes. Oops, matting the head down too much. each little hair follicle, where it's supposed to be and everything, is important with this mask. Um, I didn't add hair product to this yet because I'm not freezing anything yet on this. So I kind of just used my spit to do the devil's horns, as they call it. And I want to thin out the back of this head a little bit more, or at least I need it to be more pressed down in here. And I want to add more devil's horns, a lot more in here, real small ones, real thin ones. And I have to add a little more hair underneath of this. And you want this natural pulled, stretched look. And what you do is you take a tool. Let me just, for instance, let me just do this the right way so you get an idea of what I mean. It's like when you're gluing the hair in your glue line, when you finally get to the glue line here, you want to take those follicles and you want to pull them into the glue. Now I used glue on this, on the very, most of this was done with latex, and then the hair line I use tacky glue that you can get at Michael's or any art supply place, or you can order it online, maybe Amazon. But I use tacky glue for the hairline, and you want to tuck that hairline. You want to make sure that you have the hairline there visible. I want it visible. I don't want the hairline hidden, because even in the actual mask it's not hidden. And these little follicles are very important here, because you see where this sideburn is? You want to pull that follicle up into that sideburn, the old glue line, and then this is pulled in here. It's very accurate. I think it's a very accurate hair job and a paint job. Now, a lot of people don't realize this, but man, it's getting a little fuzzy here. I have to do something about that. But the secret to hairing and painting, what gives this ghoulish glow look, the glow look is, all right, this is what I want you to do. See, it's not I know he says it's appliance white in the video, but if you look back at an older video, and I found it a couple times, there's a couple different interviews where he used white, but it was called fish belly white. God, I can't think of the guy's name now. Come on, somebody say it. The guy that made the mask for Halloween, the 78, the guy that painted it and everything. I can't think of his name. Drawing a blank. But in like older interviews, you used to be able to buy a spray paint called fish belly white. And what fish belly white is it's actually, well, fish bellies, they have a natural blue tint to them. All right. And if you look at this under the light, you see how it looks like that ghostly white. It's ghostly. It's not appliance white. Like if I can turn this so it's not so bright on the mask. Let me turn it a little more. Yeah, it's got this ghoulish glow to it. It's got a very ghoulish glow to it. And the trick is taking regular plain white and adding cobalt blue. Remember that, cobalt blue, write it down, cobalt blue, and adding just a little bit at a time to it until you see that white give you that. It's not gray, it's not black. You don't want to add black to the white to give you the grayish look. You want the blue added to the white, and that gives you that ghostly glow. And that's when I saw that first interview, and he stated, oh yeah, we used fish belly white when we spray painted it, and fish belly white is no longer being made, so you have to make it yourself. And the way I say do it is you take a little bit, like even just a little bit, just maybe something like this. Maybe you get this is Nightshades paints. I love their stuff, great stuff, but they don't make fish belly either. But if you buy their mask paint, buy a tube of the white that they have, and then buy a little bit of acrylic, cobalt blue acrylic, and I mean add 1 drop at a time, because it's very little. It's very little, because you don't want to lose the white. You don't want to see blue. You want to see that white, but you can't figure. When you look at it, you go, "Oh my God, what is that? Why does it look like it's glowing in the moonlight?" It does. It has this wild look. And then when it's in nighttime, oh man, it's ghostly, especially under good lighting. And you definitely don't want it to be shiny. So your paint has to be matted. You don't want any kind of, and if you have a paint that's shiny, I don't know. I'm just against shiny paint. This is a really cool mask, I think. And that's why I kind of don't want to make this mask, because there it is right there. There's a perfect mask. Yes. There's a little bit of a blueness. There's a little bit of blueness there, but if I didn't tell you it was blue, you wouldn't know what that was. You would think, oh, does that look a little gray? What is that? It's hard, because when you're looking at it under the wrong lighting, or you're seeing it under lighting, it doesn't give you the right look. But I'm proud of this overhaul here. I overhauled this. I bought this mask, I think, like last year. I overhauled it. Yeah, see, even this mask here has the muscle tones right in the lip. You see it? It's there. The under muscle. It's all there. Yeah, this is a nice mask, and that's probably why I don't really want to make it. Doing an authentic, because this is a nice look. I mean, I wear that mask at Halloween, especially now that I'm getting skinnier. Man, it'll be cool. I'll have my own mask So JRC, what do you think of this overhaul? What do you think of it? Let me know. It has the blackening in here. It has the dark liner in the eye cuts. The shadowing is perfect. And what I used for shadowing, Halloween 6 is definitely off my playlist, and it's not because I just don't have any research on it. JRC, I don't have any research on the mask. I don't know what that mask really looks like, and I haven't studied it, and I don't plan on studying it, and I'm not bashing it, because it's your favorite mask. You probably your favorite mask, and I think here's what it is. A lot of people, and I've stated this on other videos, I'm guessing you're fairly young, JRC, and the first movie that you saw that brought you into the Halloween world was probably Halloween 6, or one of those movies was whatever movie it was that really affected you the first time seeing the Michael Myers franchise. That's going to be your favorite mask, no matter what anybody says. No matter, I don't care. You know what? I was 16 years old when we saw the original 1978 Michael Myers Halloween. I was 16, and I sat between my 2 female cousins, and they literally, like an idiot, I should have never done that, first of all, sitting between them. They sat in the chair, huddled up with their knees in their face, And every time a jump scene or something creepy would happen, man, their fingernails were digging into my arms. And I mean, literally left the theater, my arms were bleeding. And I'm not kidding. They were literally bleeding from their fingernails jabbing me. I'm like, it was nuts. But it was so fun to go through that torture watching them girls freak out with the original Halloween movie. Now you have to remember, back in 1978 when that movie came out, there wasn't a lot of movies out there that were like that. It was like, oh, man, it was like the first of its kind almost. I think the only thing that you could have looked at, there was two movies that I can remember that were kind of like that, and that was Black Christmas, 1974, 74 or 75, Black Christmas, and the original Psycho. You didn't have any of these. Michael Myers was the first of the late 70s and all of the 80s franchises. Now, some would say Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because that was a mask. I find movies like that more disturbing than they are scary. The reason why Michael Myers was creepy was because he was a stalker, and no matter where you were, he found a way to be right where you were going, and you constantly saw his perspective, his creepy breathing. There was there's the difference between disturbing movies and suspenseful movies. Michael Myers was always suspense. And, you know, as he progressed, it became less and less suspenseful and more, you know, more of just a really plain out, flat out killer. But the one element that they missed in the 2018, going in from the 2018 Kills and Ends mask, was his stalking. And what I mean is like his perspective, whether you saw the over the shoulder shot looking at him looking at somebody else or looking through his eye cuts. They didn't do that. And I think that was a big mistake. They could have done that and it would have been just as effective as the original movie. And H6, I just don't think I could actually do it because, I mean, I could do it, but I don't know what color paint that they actually used on an H6. Was it stark white? Was it appliance white? Was it a little bit of a grayish look to it? See, and that's what I say with the cobalt blue, to get that ghostly glow. You got to really sneak it in there. You got to add that cobalt blue very, very lightly to it. And don't take a whole bottle like this. You take a little capful like that. You take a little one of you don't want to take your whole white, all your white, and pour it and just put the cobalt blue inside this. And if you mix it wrong, oh man, you ruined all that paint. So what I would suggest is take a little bit of paint out of that. You know, because you're not going to use a ton of paint on this, especially if you're brushing it or airbrushing it, So what you do is you add your white to this, and then just maybe one little tiny drop, and keep adding it until you get that glowish white that you're looking for. But you want to add just a little tiny drop at a time, and then when you get it that way, then you can thin it out with water, and then from there, thin it out with water, and then from there you want to do your thing. So I'm pretty much done sculpting for the night since I've been chatting with you guys. I know I got sidetracked into this, overhauling and stuff, but they're cool, man. And I'm going to overhaul this guy, an ends mask. Let me show you what I got up here. Hold on, let me put him down so it's looking downward. But the hair is phenomenal on this mask. You know what? Before I show you that mask, now you guys know what this looks like. I just took off I took a lot of the stuff off of it. I'll show you this mask. This was my first Night Creeper, version 1, and I painted it to look like I painted it to look like the version 2. This has the weathering of the version 2. Hold on. Putting the lights in position. Sorry, I'm blocking your view. All right. This is like a true 78, a really thick mask. Now this mask I have signed. This is supposed to be a Halloween 2 paint scheme on an actual Halloween 1 mask. This was my first mask. This was the very first one that I did that I tried to sell, but I hit it at the wrong time. Of course, John. Stippled, okay, stippled with a sponge. Yeah, it just depends on the method. You could airbrush it, you could paint it, you could. I do like to use a spray paint when it comes to the white, and I spray paint down onto it, so this way the flesh tones are there. Okay, so this was my first mask, and I gave Dick Warlock one of these masks. And if you guys look up episode 50 of Talking Thing with Two Heads, and that's Christopher Nelson and Sean Clark, and look it up on YouTube, Thing with Two Heads, and then look at episode 50. At the very end of episode 50, he had Dick Warlock, Nick Castle, Sean Clark, and Christopher Nelson were all together on that episode. It was neat. Well, that summer, right before that episode happened, I went and visited Dick Warlock at Monster Mania. I met him at Monster Mania, and I've actually texted him and talked to him since. But not. I don't want to bug. I don't bug anybody, because I mean, them guys. Anybody that's famous like that, man, they forget who you are in a blink. But I gave him one of these masks, and it was an honor, you know. And he loved it. But at the end of that video, he actually states how much this chin sticks out too far, and he's right. It was sticking out way too far because I didn't have the anatomy right, and. The eye cuts look pretty good. The everything looks pretty good. Not perfect, but everything looks pretty good. Other than that, the paint job looks good. But the chin, this was sticking out too far. This needs to be set back further. In other words, it needs to be back up where the tip of my finger is. All right. The chin, this chin is supposed to be even with the scowl. So it literally comes down and then it tucks back in. That's how the chin should be. This chin was sticking way too far out. So he's correct on that, and I don't mind the criticism. The guy knows his masks because he's had the real mask. Who who would be better to criticize the mask than the actual owner of the original Halloween '78 mask they used in the movie? He would know. So, anyway, this is a signed mask. I had everybody sign this. I thought this guy was so cool. Leo Rossi, man. Oh my God. What a great guy. Lance Guest, he was in Jimmy, Halloween 2. It says, here's Lance Guest's signature. Jimmy, H2. And then there's Leo Rossi, Bud. I love it. He was so cool. And on the other side, of course, is Dick Warlock, number 2, the shape. So I didn't have John or any of that. 'Cause as soon as you do something like that, if I ever wanted to sell this mask, a collector would really want that. Especially, I mean, Dick Warlock's, I think he's like 82 now, 83, might be 83. Yeah, it was 81, I think, when I had this mask on. Chin is a little bit elongated. This area is elongated. Just not real impressed with the mouth area and everything, the bubbles in the mask and everything. The scowl isn't quite right. There's too much of a V cut in here. That needs to be a little bit filled in here, flat. But this was the first mask. So, what do you guys think of this H1 converted to an H2 with the paint scheme? That's my paint scheme that I used on H2. It's got that bright yellow look, a little bit of grayish, dirty. Some would say cigarette stained because it was underneath the. But that's my H2. I'll turn it all the way around so you can see the hair. See all those little ripply hairs? That's all done on purpose. This hair was actually, what was this hair? I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was very blonde. I had to spray paint it with ink to darken it. I put too much ink on it and it turned it a little too dark. I don't really care though, because I'm not selling it and I'm not really doing anything with this mask. It was really blonde though. This hair was real blonde. And I tried to do it lightly. I needed it a little bit darker, but I went too dark. So, that's the signature mask that I have. And I'll never sell. Not as long as I'm alive. Especially with Dick Warlock signature on this. And this mask, oh man, wait till you see how thick this mask is. See how thick that mask is? That'll last forever. That literally is an 1/8 inch thick. Let me go a little closer to it. See how thick that mask is? Look how thick that is. It's unbelievable how thick this mask is. And I do, that's why the inside, you don't see runs or drips all inside of there. See how nice and clean it is on the inside of the mask? Well, because I don't do slush casting. I do when I cast a mask in my mold, I fill the mold up completely to the top with the neck, and then I let it sit for like 2 hours, and then I dump the remainder of the latex back out into my bucket again, and it leaves you with a really, really nice, well coated. This mask is so thick it doesn't even lose its shape. And this is the Night Creeper 78. This was my first one. So you can see how blonde the hair was underneath there. See that? It's crazy. But I should have left it blonde, but that's okay. It's my mask, so I'm not going to sell it. But not too bad. He's dead right on that. And it wasn't until, it was actually before that I realized it, but it was too late because I already made the mold. So anyway, that's it. That's my Night Creeper first version. I don't even have the mold to this anymore. I don't want the mold to this anymore because it's not right. I won't keep anything that's not right, regardless if it's my first mask or it's my 50th mask. I will always get rid of stuff I don't approve of. And as I learned to get a hold of this mask, because you know how it is with artists, your stuff's never valuable until you're dead. So if somebody were to get a hold of this mask, maybe my kid sells it somewhere down the line. Say one of my, like, let's just say that this sculpture behind this becomes really iconic and everybody wants it. And then by then I'll be sued because it's copyright protected. You know how that works. Well, I won't sell a lot of those. If it were to really go big like that, where everybody wanted a copy of this version of this mask, I would probably have to be very limited to how many I would sell, you know, because only do a couple a year. That's it. And you're selling it as art, not so much a mask. And I'm not mass producing these masks. I would never do that. It's just not a good idea to do that anyway. They're copyright protected. You're that's why you can't name this mask. I can't use the word Halloween. I can't use Michael Myers. I can't use the shape. I can't use anything that's been in the title of the movies. I can't use kills. I can't use because I'm glad I had to redo that because I never sold any of my kills versions. I'm going to have to name them something completely different. Like mine is called the Night Creeper. So, yep, that's where we are. That's where we are, guys. You know what? I'm going to keep going. I'm going to warm up some clay first. I'll come back, and I'm going to keep sculpting on this because I feel like doing it some more. I'm not quite done. I'm not quite done. I know I lost a couple people because I said I was going to jump off of here, but I'm staying on, guys, and I'm gonna continue on with doing some more work to the sculpture. But I wanted to show you guys my first mask here. This is my Night Creeper first version, and this is a signed version from Dick Warlock, Lance Guest, and Leo Rossi, who played the Shape, Jimmy, and Bud. So, pretty cool. And I'll tell you, man, I really enjoyed conversing with. I didn't really get to talk to Lance Guest too much because he was getting ready to. He was getting ready to go on a break, so I didn't want to tie him up because it's really tough when you're at those conventions. I feel bad for those guys. I mean, Lance Guest is my age. You know, we're 60, and Jesus, you know, Dick Warlock's even older than, he's 20 years older than me. So, you know, I know what it is to be old and older. And, you know, when you go on break, there's reasons why you need to go on break, whether it be the bathroom, whether it be, you know, sucking down some prune juice, I don't know, whatever. So, yeah, I'm going to go warm up the clay for 45 seconds. I'll be right back. Entertain each other, talk to each other. All right, good night, Takeoff Vision. And I will be right back to do a little more work on this bad boy. Got fun things coming, guys. Okay, I'm back. 45 seconds and some water. I got some water and to melt the clay. All right. I'm going to continue this neckline issue. Geez, I'm trying to get my chair back to normal here. Sorry. Bring it on up here, baby. Yeah, this is really starting to look good. This is looking good, guys. Really looking good. All right, let me stick my water back here after. Still losing weight, guys. Still losing weight. You know what? I'm going to drop these lights down just a little bit. You need to get up underneath of the eye cuts. Now it's going to look awful bright. You're losing the shadowing effect. See, none of this matters here. All right. Yeah, it does a little bit. All right, let me get my. There it is. There's the tool I'm after. See how soft that is? 45 seconds is all it took. And now the clay is like literally real soft. All right, so still not quite bright enough underneath of here so I can see what I'm doing. Making sure the eye cuts are perfect. Now remember, now it gets cut. The eye cut will be cut here and all the way to the outside edge. So it's a little bit of a challenge to make sure that you have the eye cut positioned right. I need this lower. I need it lower. There we go. Same with the other side. There we go. Now I can see the eye cut. Much better, much better, much better. And I'm just making my mark here. All I'm doing here is making sure I don't lose perspective. And what I'll do here is now there's a more defined cut of the eye cut. That's what it'll look like. You know, this is where your eye naturally is, but because I added more clay up top, it's going to be I don't want to go too deep into the eye cut because it wastes latex when your mold is done. But I definitely want that definition there. I want do one side then the other. Mosquito, go away. Must have somebody's, must be a door open in here somewhere. Now I'll refine that line real good to make sure it stays true to the real mask. Let's get back at this guy. There you go with my left hand again. This will also help when you're looking at this thing. When it's close to finished, it'll help a lot with what the mask will look like. Now it don't matter where those holes are now because I already have everything lined up. All right, smooth this out a little bit now. So what do you guys, any of you guys doing any barbecuing this weekend? We're doing one Saturday. I'm gonna have a barbecue on Saturday. Take advantage of my time off. Starting to get nicer looking. Oh, that's, why does that look so deep? This is a little too deep on this side. No biggie, no biggie. There's the other side not deep enough. I think the other side is not deep enough. That's the problem. Looking a little better. Yeah, I can hear them frogs chirping out there tonight. I'll open the door so you guys can hear what I hear outside. Let me look at that again. Yeah, that's on the money. Gotta make those eye cuts right. Now, I'm making a worm here. Hold on. That looks a lot better. But it still needs to be smoothed out quite a bit. Now what we're doing is we're going to put a little worm I'm making these little worms in my fingers. I'm making them real thin. You can put them right up into the... You get a general idea of what I'm doing here, I hope. Now, you gotta remember, this is still really rough. Got the other side to do, but doing this first. Tucking. That's going to work out perfect. Shoot. I'll turn that on an angle. We got to get that right. Now, So, did anybody answer me when it came to whether you guys are barbecuing or not? Um, This is going to be a gem, guys. This is going to be a gem. I can feel it because there's not a lot of changes I have to do to it. It's like literally, wow. Blowing my own mind here. I'm shocked at myself because I just can't believe I've progressed. This far along to be able to actually sculpt in this much detail so quickly. I did cheat some, don't get me wrong, but why not take advantage of something that's already done, that you already had pretty much pretty close to perfect. Even the nose I'm impressed with. Let's see. Okay, so for you to get a better idea of what I've been doing here, because the lighting right now, what you're seeing is not what you're going to see under the right lighting, because the lighting right now is horrible on the mask. Or on the sculpture, should I say. And the lighting is not ideal. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. That's the whole reason why it's like it is. I gotta be able to see these details. Okay, so now we use the little ball to get this shaped in right. That tool will take care of most of this. Any kind of like sharp edges, that'll wash that all out for me. And I can see with this lighting now, with this chin, actually it's right. No, I don't want to mess with that. Alright, so let's get back to the eye cut. See, I bounce around. I see something, I fix it. I just bounce around. I don't really have any one particular place that I stay for watching. Before I do that, this needs to be dug out a little bit more, right in here. Crazy, man. a square one. Ah. Just cleaning up everything, making sure it's nice and smooth. I want it to have a nice appearance too. I don't want it to look like crap when I finally get it where I want it. I mean, none of this inside the eye cut matters. I can leave that real rough if I want to, as long as the cuts are there, because all this gets cut out when you cut out your latex. You know, you're not going to see any of that. But, see, just a point for me. I have to have. Yeah, man. And you can see in the light now, you can see all these little bumps and ridges and all that stuff. Believe it or not, a stiff brush, bristle brush, and this tool takes a lot of that out. But you got to go over it real light. You just kind of. See how they're vanishing? See, I'm going in circular. I don't want to create any hard lines going straight. I'm barely putting any pressure on this. Barely putting any pressure on it. Still got to get the head shape right. I've been working on the face, and not getting the head shape perfect, but I know where I have to be with that. That's not going to be that hard. That's not going to be that hard. But what do I want to do? I want to continue this neck. underneath of there. Clay it in, baby. Clay it in. Just keep working it. Just keep working. Let's see where we at depth-wise. Not bad. Needs more. Needs to be right. Still people on. I can't believe it. Nobody works tomorrow? Everybody off? Hopefully you are. Nobody likes working. Starting to look like something now, man. And I got to set the depth. I got to set the depth of this first. Before I go any further with bringing this in. Need that same flare out that I have on one side and match the other. Oh yeah, that's gonna work. Now what I'm doing is I'm looking at the mask straight on. And to help bang them into place. That gives it a nice flat surface to really work with here. Now once I want to work underneath this jawline, I'll tilt this thing back all the way to be able to see where we're going with this. Yeah, I got all these things all over the place. I don't know what the hell. There must be windows open somewhere. I'm getting swarmed by these things. There's a window open somewhere. I'm running out of clay. And the other one's already hardened up, so I doubt I can even work with that without warming it up again. Close this in here. Oh, wait a minute, there's some little bit of softness in there, yeah. The softness was in the center of it. Sweet. That makes life a lot easier. Get out of here. See, when it's nice and soft, I can really set the depth nice. I want it too soft, though. That's what she said. Yeah, see, it's a little too soft because I'm sinking in too much. I'm just making a ball, putting it right in here because it's so soft. I can just fill and smooth it and push it in until it's at the right depth. And I'll have to rake down this side a little bit more. But it's close. It's getting better. But I want to make sure. it's nice and hard before I try to mess with that. I try not to do too much work underneath the chin because I still have to do a ton of, you know, I have to tilt that back and really get an accurate look at it. See, when the clay is real soft like this, you can really smooth it out a lot better. All right, now we got to start working towards the back of the head. And that's going to be a trip. Anybody commenting? Hold on, let me read your comments, guys. Sorry for not talking a lot, but it's getting late and I've really been on for a while. I'm live. I'm still here. London Moore, I'm still hanging, man. Where do you see the sculpture? It's coming together really, really good. This is the flashback. Take a look, my friend. This is the flashback coming to life. Actually, let me do it this way, because I don't need these lights down here now. Ouch. a little better, huh? This is the flashback, and we are sculpting and sculpting and sculpting. London, you still with me? I haven't talked to you in a while, buddy. I know you've been working on hard and a lot. But we are making a flashback. And I'm really into it. Cool, man. Yeah, this thing's really going to turn out nice. This flashback's going to be a really nice mask. It does look a lot like the flashback. I can see the shape coming into play. Now the head still has to be shaped better up in this area. But the jaw line's coming into play. I think right now I'm getting the right depth of the I'm using the rake right now. To get all the high spots off. Come on, get over there. So were you at work, London? You ready for the Memorial weekend? Are you off? Do you have any plans? Are you going to have a barbecue? What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? That's what I want to know. That sucks, London. I know you have a passion for this too, and if you could do it for a living, you would be definitely doing it for a living. And you can. You just have to get yourself acclimated and keep pushing. Keep pushing. And make it happen. Look, I didn't really get back into my art until almost retirement age. Here I am, 62 years old. Nothing is never too late until we're dead. You know, when we're dead, then it's obviously too late. But when we're dead, keep pushing. Keep working towards your goals. Do what you want to do. Follow your passions. If it's art that you're really into, man, if you can come up with some money, I would recommend Stan Winstein's online classes. Not Winstein, I'm sorry, Winston. Stan Winston online classes. I'm actually going to do it this fall. I've learned a lot on my own, but I want to learn different things too. I'm not looking to just do Michael Myers. You know, I'm actually going to be doing some I love scarecrows. Oh my God, they're my favorite. I love scarecrows, and I like to make different types of scarecrows. Like zombie scarecrows, vampire scarecrows, Frankenstein scarecrows. If there's any kind of scarecrow you can imagine, a wolfman scarecrow. Can you imagine like burlap and then hair coming through the burlap? I can do all kinds of, man, it'd be sick. I have a wild imagination, and I know that I can come up with some really nutty things. And that's the plan. That is the plan. I intend to do. I've got my armature made that's going to make these scarecrows. I just have to stone it. And now that the weather's warm, I might even do it over this weekend. Yeah, I think I will. I'll stone my foam armature that I made. I'm going to stone my foam armature. I got to figure out what day probably that's going to be a Monday project, since it's a holiday. I'll do it on Memorial Day, and it's the anniversary of my mother's death, and I'll have her watching over me. That's all. And she's been gone 3 years now. I miss her tremendously. You don't realize how good you have it with your parents alive until they're gone. I love my mother, love my father. I miss them. Oh, sure, we had our differences through the years. I could care less about that. No family is perfect. It's when you get older, you get wiser, you realize just how important it is to have a good family. You really need that. You need a good family. You need somebody pushing you. You need somebody to, yo, man, straighten out. They're watching your back. It's not because they're trying to control you. No, some people are like that anyway, naturally. But it's because they care about you and they love you, and they don't want to see you do the same mistakes they made. It's your life to live. That's true. It is true. But your parents don't want to see you struggle, man. They love you so much. And I feel bad for the ones that don't love their kids. Because I love mine tremendously. I love my kids so much. I just, when they get older, you don't want to control them. You don't want to. They're like, my kids are now 30. So there's my job is done as far as raising up. But I'm always going to be dad. So. I'm always going to be there for them. I'll give them the shirt off my back. I'll give them anything that they want, anything that they need. They'll have it. I'll give them anything and everything. I'd give up my life for my kids and my family. It's important. You gotta have that in life. You really do. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. Jawline looks really good. It's still not perfect yet, but we're going to get there. I can't call this Flashback. I got to come up with a name, guys. Help me out. I need to come up with a name for this. It's got to represent Flashback. From the Kills movie. can't use anything that says, you know, kills, flashback, Halloween. Can't use any words that will that actually will flag, you know, because you're doing copyright stuff here. So I have to come up with a name for this mask that says flashback. Just got to come up with a different name, flashback. Flashback is such a perfect name too. I'm just going to have to look up the definition of flash, or not definition, but other words that will mean the same thing. So, and I'll use one of those. You know, back in the day, maybe. No, it's too many words. Back to 78. Back to 78. No. Gotta figure it out. Gotta figure it out. I gotta figure it out. And when I run out of this clay right here, I'm done for the night. Rampage, I like it. I like Rampage. Memory 78, I like Memory too. I like it. Keep coming up with them, guys. Ghostly 78. Keep them coming. Keep thinking. I'm so busy concentrating on what I'm doing that I'm not really thinking that much. I'm usually really good at coming up with names. And I keep drawing a blank with this one. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I am. I'm drawing blanks. I'm shooting blanks. At this age I ought to be anyway. Still not. Still functioning fully. Still don't feel like an 18-year-old by no means. But this old man still got it. This old man still got it, but he don't want it. How's that? Yeah, I can't, well, I guess I could. Because it's a line, the blackest eyes, emotionless. I can't really use any lines from the movie. So keep thinking, guys. Emotionless. Don't use any, I don't know if you can or not. Can you use lines from the movie? Would that make a difference? I think you would. I just, you got to be extra careful. I don't want to use anything that might flag my mask. If this thing turns out as good as it's looking like it's going to, it could be easily targeted by the business, you know, the mask, you know, the company. So I have to be careful. I won't be selling a ton of these masks. They'll become collector's pieces for sure. I'm hoping. I actually, man, I'm looking at this print, man, it looks really, really good. I'm liking this better than my Night Creeper. I am. The way it's coming out, I'm liking this more than my Night Creeper. Whew, hate to say it, guys. I'm liking this more than the Night Creeper. You guys like my Night Creeper, but that's like a standalone sculpture. That has its own. It has its own. I want to say. Slaughterman 78. That one's a little. You got to remember, I put the logo on the back of the head, so we want to keep it one word. I want a one word knife wielder. Really? That's funny. I got a mask from Knife Wielder. It's actually called Knife Wielder, and it was made by Ezra back in 2001. I still have it. It's up on the thing, and I've been trying to reach Ezra. Hopefully he's still okay, and hopefully the guys, I don't know if he's still making the mask, but he had a mask called the Knife Wielder, and it was like, you know, it wasn't very many. They went after him. He did have problems with, but he was really making a lot of masks. He was, and that kind of opened up everybody's eyes to, I think he was one of the examples of what not to do when it comes to overselling. You can't like literally do assembly lines of this mask. I can't. It's almost like you make it to order. Somebody orders one. And that's how you do it. You do it based on the order. Sunk in just a little too much there for my liking. I won't have too much further to go once I get around this. I have to warm up more clay, and I think I'll do that. Memory 78, memory. Reboot. I like that reboot. That's sounding pretty good, guys. Whoever comes up with the best name is, and whoever wins is going to win a mask. How's that? Unless you already have one coming. If you already have a mask coming, don't even play if you don't want to play. But whoever comes up with the best name and I think what I want to do is I'm going to send you my email. My email is DJ Styles with 3 Y's. DJ STYYY les at gmail.com. And I want you guys to send me your name through the Gmail, because then I can look at all the names, and whoever comes up with the best name wins this mask when it's in production. Because I will use that name. That's a cool thing to do. Instead of me coming up with a name, I'll let you guys come up with a name, and the winner gets a free mask. Gets a free night creeper, or not night creeper, I'm sorry. Flashback for now, because that's what it is. We'll get this mask when it's in production. Even if I have this thing completely done, I'm probably going to wait until after October. I don't know. I might try to get it out in time for. See, the problem is when you're trying to sell these masks, you have to produce this mask. You have to get it in production by August 1st, to have a chance at selling your mask. So I'm working hard to try and get it done. And I have the night creeper is ready for silicone. I just have to order silicone. And I've been holding off on that until I see what I'm doing work-wise for the summer. So that's what I've been that's why I've been hesitating with everything. I have to, money, man. To silicone these sculptures, it's about 600 hours in material. It's not cheap to make the mold. It is not cheap. But I will not do it the other way like I did before and had molds, or the thing constantly breaking on me. That sucked. That really sucked. You know, I had a nightmare time. I don't know if it's because of the. Now I want to make one-piece molds, no seam at all. There's not going to be any seams in my masks. Dividing line, like right down the center here. There's usually a seam on both sides. Mine are going to be seamless because it'll be a one-piece mold. I know you guys are posting them here, but for me to look back at I don't know, maybe I can look at these things too. Memory Man, 78 Butcher, Slaughter Man, Knife Wielder I can't use, it's already been used by a company. Asylum. God, you know what, Asylum, please, don't, if you guys are already getting a mask, and you are because you've helped me out quite a bit with everything over the years, over these last 3 years, don't even, because you're liable to come up with a great name that I'm going to use. Well, you know what I would do? Anybody that had a great name that I end up using, the second runner-up will get the mask. You know, because you're already getting a mask, Asylum. So that's the way I say thank you to anybody that's really helped me out with things over the time. And yeah, man. So if you do happen to come up with a name that I love the best, the second runner-up will get the mask. How's that? So this way you guys can all play along too. Because it is fun if you can come up with a name for a mask. And you know, Revive. Ooh, wait a minute. Now I'm thinking Walking Dead. Hold on. Now don't get me thinking that. See, the problem is now, if I come up with a name, it sucks because I'm going to be pissed at myself. I don't want to do that. All right, think about that. Flashback. You're coming back back in time. Like what do they call them? Walkers. We don't want to call it a walker. No, we don't want to do that. But my thought is that rejuvenated, revived. 78 revived. I like that. I do like that. 78 revived. That might work. So far, that's got it. I'll tell you the two that I like the most right now. Memory. Can't use that. Remorseless. That's a pretty cool name too. Reboot. That's the one I like. That's the one I said earlier too. Remembered. That's good too. And I do like that one. But, not rewind, but revived. Revived. Yeah, I kind of like revived. Somebody can top it, and I hate this because I end up picking my own name. That sucks. I don't want to do that. I will not do that. Well, the second runner-up wins. If I named it myself and I just really like the name myself, whatever I picked, I would give the second runner-up the mask. Doesn't take you out of the loop at all. It still goes to the second best name. Hopefully, I don't use that name and somebody comes up with something even better than that. I like that revived. I like revived. You said, I think it says rewind, and you got relived. Is that what you said, relived? That's pretty cool too. Revived. Revived is sticking out in my mind. That's my... I gotta sketch in my custom corpses thing in there again. Ugh. That's gonna be fun. Where are these things coming from? I got 2 little pieces of clay left, and then I can yap with you guys. Resurrection, 78 Resurrection. That's a good one too. Man, keep them coming. Everybody, get in on it, and don't forget to email every one of your ideas. It's at djstyles@gmail.com. Gmail.com is what I use for my company, and it's djstyyyles@gmail.com. And remember to put some of your or flipped resurrection. What do you mean flipped? No, I don't want flipped in there. It's got to be one word. One word. 78's okay because I can put that under Resurrection 78. You know, I could put that reborn, relived. I like revived. I like Revived. There's something about Revived. I think it'll look cool too on the sculpture. Like, because I sculpt that logo into the bottom part. Revived 78. That would be pretty cool. End of my last chroma clay. That's it. That's everything I got for tonight. Yeah, that's a lot of clay that I put on the back of the neck, which is okay, because it's still proportioned right. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to rake some of this now. And I'll have more. To put back onto the areas where I was working. See what the rake does. You see all these little lines and everything? What this does is it goes so deep, but it takes away all the high spots. And it reveals the low spots. And I see this area here I have to add clay to that. You go in every direction. The whole head has to be done like this at some point. And then after you have the shape, completely refined. I just took off a lot of clay. Let me show you. You can see it all piled up all over the place here. I have to get this stuff out of the way. It don't look like I took a lot off, but I did. big ball in my hand. Well, not a big ball, but pretty good sized ball. Clay in my hand. I'm not done picking up yet. This is a long video, but that's I'll show you how much I pulled off. I pulled off that much clay. That little raking. But that took off all the high spots. Like any high spots, it reveals the low spots. I can see them. And I just fill them in with a little bit of clay. You know. Probably going to add a little bit more to the back of the head here because I want the eye cuts. I don't think I need to do that, though, to tell you the truth, now that I think about it. You see how, like, when I rake this, you see how this is leveling this out, and then you see these little sunken spots? Well, I try to rake it to where they disappear. And I just took a lot more clay off of that. That's a lot of clay. I'm sorry for being quiet. I guess it's getting late, getting tired. You know, but I'm so into this right now. I'm like, yes, man. I just can't believe how fast I've gotten to this point so quick. You know, I'm just as shocked as you guys. Trust me, when I say this, I'm like, what? Wait a minute. How did I get this good that fast? Now, I did use some cheating techniques, but I was like, you know what? Anything that'll get this done quicker, I'm doing. I'm not going to hesitate. Everybody loves even Pipe Master, he comes on here. You know, I think he's probably coming down this weekend. Knowing him, but he's probably got a full schedule. I was hoping he'd stop by and visit the sculpture. He'll get down here. I might have to come up and visit him. I might have to go visit Pipe Master up at his house. I'm like that, guys. I'm a down-to-earth guy. Don't ever think you can't. I'm not one of these guys that are not unapproachable. I just don't see myself like that. I don't. Never have. Even in the entertainment business that I've been in all my life, I'm not like that. I don't get caught up into that. I can see how stars. You gotta understand. I understand why the stars are a little bit shy. One, they're targets. Big stars. You know, huge stars. You know, they got to be careful. They got to be careful of, you know, who they associate with, and, you know, it's just a different thing, but I have an understanding of why they do what they do. But at the same time, you don't want to make yourself unapproachable. You don't want to make yourself inaccessible to your fans and to people that follow you. And I mean, there's a lot of YouTube there's stars out there now. YouTube channel created stars. It's crazy. You know, these people are getting just as much attention as some of these big stars that do movie stars. It's crazy. That's okay, because it's a unique. You know, you have to be doing something unique. That everybody is enjoying. Kind of funny. I don't know, man. I just don't see myself. I've been a disc jockey for 50 years. I've done all levels. I've had radio shows, broadcast, live broadcast. I've done a lot over the years. I've had every level of DJing, from working little bars to you know. Big venues. But I hate to say that. Well, it's because of how things have become in the music business. I have more gratification doing this kind of thing than I do with the music business anymore. I still love music, don't get me wrong. That ball's growing, man. This is what I've just raked off. But see, I'm getting the head shape really nice now. This is what I just raked off of this thing. I think the chair is blocking your view a little bit. You just got to keep turning it and pivoting it and trying to get the shape just right. So I'm going to start putting these tools away. Put them back in my little bucket that I eat. These are the tools that I use the most. So why not? Put them in one spot. I need to clean my tools. See what happens? It gets clay all over them and you gotta scrape them. I like the wood. Just cleaning up because I don't want to mess when I'm trying to work, when I start sculpting again the next day. Might even start doing it tomorrow. And I'll show you how far along I've come. I'm probably not going to go live. Yo! Slasher, what's happening, buddy? Haven't heard from you in a long time, man. What have you been up to, bro? As you can see, I'm going to show you my flashback. I've been working my butt off with this guy. I'm just widening the neck right now. That's all I'm doing. And I'll let you see this real quick. This is the flashback mask. I completely took off all the clay off the armature. Slasher, I'm talking to you because I haven't talked to you in forever. Still cherish that mask? You still enjoying that mask that you had? That you got from me? That I sent to, come on. Terrible. My mind's blank right now. I know exactly where you're at. I just can't think of the name. Come on, man. Serious? All right. So anyway, this is the flashback, my friend. Slasher. Feast your eyes on that. Oh yeah, this is going to be a nice mask. This is really going to be a nice mask. Hey Rich, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, this is going to be the flashback. This is going to be the flashback sculpture. Now, this is the sculpture right now. I gotta tell you, man, it is really, really, really difficult to mimic, to make a perfect copy of something that's already been done. It's not an easy thing to do. There's the profile. Like I saw, I'm adding neck. I'm raking the head. I have to get this head. That's a profile. That's a profile of it. This is going to be the flashback mask. And we're in the process of actually trying to name it, because I can't use any names that have been used in a movie. Can't use the shape, Rich. I have to use, it has to be an original name. And so far, I really like that Revived. So far, I'm digging Revived, 78. I've got a couple guys, you know, put Relived, Revived. This is going to be a really nice piece when it's done. I think I have to dig out this top of this nose just a little bit more. It has to come down a little bit more. It's a little too thick in here. The depth between here and here is a little too deep. I have to look at the picture. I have to look at the profile picture of the we'll see. But this is where we're headed. We are looking good. I think I like this better than my I do. I'm sorry. I like it better than my come on, my Night Creeper 78. I like this one better. I like the eye cuts a lot better. I just like the way it looks. Looks a lot better. It's going to be a banging, awesome mask to own. If you can get a hold of one of these, definitely want to get a hold of one of these. Whoever comes up with a better name than Revived or second runner up wins a mask. So even though that I may use the word Revived, I think it was because you put Relived, and when I saw Relived, I because I couldn't see it very well from this distance, I thought it said Revived, and I really liked Revived, and I'm like, oh, Revived, that's pretty cool. That's a cool name. And I'm digging it. I need to go higher. I need to go higher. To really reveal the way this thing really looks. Now, I see a little spot that I want to fix. What's it say? Hey, Rich, do me a favor. Put your caps lock on so I can read it. I can't read it in real small text. I like that too, Rich. October 30th, 1978. How about Shocktober 1978? Shocktober. What do you think of that? Shocktober. That'd be a clever spin on it. Shocktober 78. And see what I was trying to achieve here? You see that undercut? You see that little, it's all flattened out now? You couldn't see what I was doing when I was sculpting this. I put that worm of clay around the bottom of the eye cut. I still didn't do the other side yet. That gets done. That's going to look the same way here. And then I still have Shocktober 78. That's a clever name too. Stamp that says stolen from, what's it say, Nichols Hardware? Oh, that's funny. I like that. Haddonfield, Illinois. Oh man, that's funny. Nichols Hardware Store, Haddonfield, Illinois, October 30th, 1978. I wish I could put all that on the back of the sculpture. That would be ideal, but I can't. That's a lot of words. But maybe we'll put that in the description. That's funny. That's really funny. Yeah, man. Oh. Yeah, you're not getting the full effect. Yeah, I'm just looking at the picture that I have in front of me. The top of the head, how I have to add a little bit and take away a little bit. And I have to take a little bit, I have to scoop out a little bit in here. Same with this side, scooping out a little bit in this area. But I don't want to do that. I just cleaned up now, so I'm kind of pretty much wrapping up for the night. I got the yawns, baby. What's that say? Curses are amazing. Yuck, yuck. That'll work. Well, that's good, Richard. That you're doing the Stan Winston online. Is that what you're doing? I'm doing that in October. You know, everything I've done is basically freestyle. I haven't really. I just learn as I go. And yeah, that's taken me some time. I guess if I had done some Stan Winston school, I would have. I would have definitely probably gotten done a lot quicker and faster with this. So weird. It took 3 years to get to where I was with the flashback. And I pile on a bunch of clay on here and I knock it out in friggin', when did I put the clay on there? 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? I'm 2 weeks into it, and I'm almost. It's looking like really on the money. Damn! I'm like all this time, really? Unreal. So. Oh yeah. Yeah, Stan Winston. Stan Winston. I really like a lot of their cool ideas. Incorporate them. You know what I really enjoy, and I would love to get involved with a haunt, like a haunted hayride or something like that. But the problem is I'm too damn old. Can't maneuver like I used to. I can't walk real far. Can't do a lot of things. I got 9 vertebrae fused in my back, so it kind of really hinders me with a lot of things. But man, I grew up in a time where you could scare people and not worry about getting shot or stabbed, or we could actually scare people, and it was fun. So and boy, did I do a lot of scaring when I was a kid. Scared a lot of kids over the years. God, I just want to keep going because I feel like I'm getting so close. I'm like almost done. It's crazy. It looks so good. All the lines are perfect. All the lines are, in line. The chin's at the right depth. Now all this still has to be worked on. But the lines are on. Lip line, everything is where it has to be. The scowl is right. Oh man, what a piece of work! What a piece of work. The neck's going to be perfect when I'm done. It should be it's going to be a really nice sculpture when this is all done. So, smoothing it out is probably the easiest part. It's getting everything just right. No, you're never too old. I'm a big preacher of that. But you are too old with certain things. Anything that's real physical, then yes, age is a factor. But if I can do something like this is gratifying. This is very gratifying for me. Um, yeah, no, don't mess with nothing. Wow, man. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I'm a little blown away myself, to tell you the truth. A little blown away myself with what I've accomplished here in such a short time. I'm sitting here and I'm kind of just eyeballing this thing, and I'm getting like, I want to keep going. I would probably work all through the night and into the early morning, but I can't. I got to get up and I got things to do tomorrow. Yes, I do. Places to be, people to see. Show you what I just did. Just working on the eye cut a little bit. A lot of raking to do yet. But really getting the face in there, look, that's looking good. That is looking good. That is really on the money, man. All these little trowel marks and tool marks, that'll come out with the naphtha. The naphtha will take all that out. Stiff brush, and naphtha will take all that out. Crazy, man, crazy. Gotta love it. Okay. I had 2 huge balls of clay on that plate, and that's all I got left. So, and now I got, I found, I did find more tubs of clay. I thought I was out of it completely, and I was going to have to order more, but I had more clay. I have like 5 tubs of it. So I got plenty of clay to get this job done. Because I have a bunch of clay on the other, the other sculptures over there, the Night Creeper. That's done over there. I'm ready for silicone. And this guy's going to be ready this fall too. Oh yeah, man. I'm looking forward to this. Yes, sir. This is going to be a nice sculpture. It's going to be a nice mask when this is all said and done. I can't wait till Pipe Master sees this. He's going to love this. Pipe Master is the reason why I did this mask. He loves it, loves my work. He understands my struggles, as most people do. And he's been along for the ride, and he gets one of these masks. Got a lot of giveaway masks coming. That's okay. We'll see what happens. They'll be very thin casted masks. I won't do real thick casted masks because they shrink up too much. They shrink up too much. I'm impressed. And it's naturally, the lights are up pretty high, and it's giving you lots of natural shadowing all inside of here and underneath the eye cuts. So when you have the mask on, people aren't going to see your eyes in this mask. It's going to be just like the movie. It's going to be just like the movie where you can't see your eyes at all inside this mask. That's going to be awesome. Yep. Going to be creepy. And I may turn this into the 2018 age. I am going to turn this into the 2018 and the kills and the ends. And I'm going to do a version of mine too, my Night Creeper, in the same principle. I'll do an ends, and I'll do that version of it. I won't have to change the shape of the head. All I have to do is add the aging to it. Like, the first it'll be the 2018, then it'll be the kills, and then it'll be the ends. And then I'm going to do a concept mask. I meant to do that. That should be good. I have to take away some more of this cheek right in here. I have to bring it down some. But it's getting late, guys. I thank you guys for thank you, Rich. Sculpt looks amazing. Sculpt looks terrific. You really nailed it. Yeah, and that's how I think the best lessons in life are through your own trial and error. All the school in the world, although school, it teaches you technique, then it's up to you to master that technique. I believe in schooling. I do believe in having schooling with certain things. Come on, get off of there. As I fine tune everything, you'll see as I get really close to this thing, I'll start really fine tuning it. I mean, how close does this look to you guys? Does this look pretty good? I mean, as it's going so far, we're not there yet. The head shape is still not quite right. We have to fix that. That has to come into play. That eventually will come into play. This cheek line has to be fixed a little bit better. But I think we're getting very, very close. I still have to do the eye, the bead of the eye cut here. I have to do that a little bit better. Lucas, long time no see. This is the flashback, Lucas. This is the flashback. This is I tore off all the other clay. I stripped this completely down to the armature, and I reapplied the clay about 2 weeks ago. And this is about 2, maybe 3 weeks of work. And here we are with the new flashback. It's going to be named something else because I can't use flashback. But this is the flashback. It's going to be the flashback. This cheek has to be shaved down more. Do I use that or do I use this? Hold on. This is definitely bothering me. It's eating at me. I've got to fix it. Give me a second, you guys. I've got the light too high to work on the under part of that cheek because there's too much shadowing. Too much shadowing. I got the lights are really high up in the air, looking down in front of this thing right now. When you look at it, I got to bring this up a little bit higher too. This cut line, it's got to be up a little higher. How do I want to do it? How do I want to do that? I need a scooper. Actually, I know what I'll do. Do it the old-fashioned way with a ball. What the hell? Hair. It's actually from a brush. Now I'll use, ow, I grabbed something sharp. My loop tool. Now let me make sure that the line is lining up. It is. That's better, but it's a little rounded at the top, so I have to fix that. But that's no big deal. All right, let's see. What are you saying there, Luke? When will I add to the clay? I never. The sideburn clay. Come on, man. Sideburn glue. We're still working with clay here. Now, as I get closer and closer to getting this thing done, I will oh yeah. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be a really nice mask. Now I still want to take down what is it with this hair? What is going on with this? It's not hair. It's from. I know what it's from. It's from that damn. I got a brush. It's got a real long brush over here. It's real soft fiber. this out. That's better. Now, I still got to put the ripples in here and everything. But we're getting very close. All right, let me read your comment. I appreciate that compliment. Looks exactly like the one in the movie. It's not. It's getting closer, but it's not quite there yet. There's certain things that I am not going to make exactly like the movie mask, and that's the lips. My lips are pretty close, but they're not exactly like the movie mask. And I can tell you the difference. I think that movie mask, the lower lip was a little lower. I think the trough between this area and here, mine's a little different than the movie mask. It looks like it's like rounded on the movie mask. Mine isn't rounded, but I'm good. I'm happy with the way it looks. I'm not going to go exact replica. I wish I could. I don't think I'm that good of an artist to make a perfect rendition. I don't know that I want it to be exactly like the movie mask. You know, because what's to decipher my mask versus having the original? Well, I guess that's the whole point, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know the exact answer. I guess the lips are such a struggle for me. I really don't want to mess with them. So if I make it, if I mess with them, I'm going to mess this up, and then I'm going to have to redo the lips again, and I don't want to have to do that again. No thanks. They're a lot of work. They are a lot of work. Well, that looks better right there just by what I did to that. What do you think? So I did smooth this out in here. Brought the little crook behind the nose a little higher. It was coming in just a little too low. Oh yeah. Yeah, wait till the eyebrows are on and just all the features are right in place. It's going to really pop. There's a couple things that still have to happen, like the scowl here. This is more bulging right in this area. There's a little bit more of a bulge that runs back on both sides. On the actually this side not as much. This side has a bulge and it's dug out in here a little more. So it really is profound. You can see it really well on the screen use mask. That's based on the picture that I have anyway. So. I think I would have round this a little bit more too. I got to add a little more clay in here to give this a little more. The muscle looks like it's going up, straight up too high. So I need to just add a little bit of clay. Very little. That looks more even to the other side. Now blend that in so you won't even see it. Yeah, that looks more natural now. That looks a lot better. See, the devil's in the details, baby. The devil's in the details, man. You gotta have those details. I think the scowl's a little bit too much protruding too. I think I have to bring this back just a little bit more because it's just sticking out just a little too much. And that's no big deal. As long as I keep working it. You just got to keep working it in circles. You don't want to, come on, damn it. The scale has to be very subtle. It's there. But if you overdo it, it just looks like it's sticking out too far. Mm-mm-mm. What up? That's looking a little better. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can't wait either, Luke. It's going to be awesome. So come check it out, Angelo. Man, I've been working on this all night. I'm not going to upload this video, guys. This is way too long. It would take 3 days to upload this video. This video is like probably, I don't even know how many hours. You know, I'll do a short video on it. I'm not even going to clip it. But I'm not going to save this video. So, guys, keep those names coming and remember to email me those names of the mask. We need to name them, name the mask. And so far, I like Revived 78. Revived 78. That is a cool name. Ah, you know what the hell. Let me just do this one thing, because it doesn't take long to do.
What you got, Johnny?
Check it out.
Holy crap. That's fast.
I'm like, I'm blowing myself away with this because I can't believe how good I've actually sculpted this in such a short time. It's just knowing, I guess all the, you know, with the last 3 years of experience, it really adds up.
Heck yeah. What did they do with the eyes?
Huh?
Like we did with the eyes.
And they're sunk in.
Yeah.
You got the overhang,
Got
and then
overhang.
you got the natural. It's really, it's. I'll tell you right now, I like this better than the other one. I do. The other one's good, but this is better.
Heck yeah. Oh, you live?
Yep.
Hi, YouTube.
Angelo says hello out there, you guys.
Heck yeah, Johnny. Well, I'm gonna say way more detail in it. Like, I know you're not done, but as far as in the process, I think you have a lot more detail involved right now at this point. Phew, I can only imagine when you're finished.
This is gonna be a sick mask, man. It's gonna be a sick mask. Somebody's gonna. I don't know. I'm kind of curious. I can't wait to see this thing painted and, you know, haired, and it's gonna be a nice piece. It really is.
Looks good, man. Alright, we're gonna grab some tea.
What time is it?
1:30. Fine.
It's only 1:30?
Yeah.
Oh hell, I thought it was later than that.
Hell no. No.
You work today?
I do.
Damn. What are you doing up so late?
Wait, I went to sleep at 8 o'clock. Shoot.
Oh, you fell asleep early?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. I've been wide awake all night tonight. I don't know what the hell it is, man. I gotta.
Yeah, I know.
Is it still raining?
What's that?
Is it still raining?
No.
Is it humid? Okay. So now, I need to make it look like this. And I need more light. I need to bring this light down, guys, again. I know it sucks when you're looking at it, but I can see real good with it when I'm trying to do what I'm doing here. here. Small loop. There it is. Yeah, I thought it was like, I was thinking, I don't know why, but I was thinking it was like, 4 o'clock in the morning. Phew. Guess it ain't that time, thank God. I need to get some rest tonight. There's way more, he said, there's more detail in this. Than I did with the other one. Much better that looks now. Now I'll bring that back up. Once I bring that light back up, you'll see the difference. See? So what that did naturally, put that undercut on both sides. That's now it looks like the other side. Yeah, man, you're getting close. Joe Reese, good night, my friend. raining really hard there, Luke. Where you at? How far away are you? Yes, people jumping off now because it's getting late and getting tired, and so am I. So I am going to say good night. Philippines. Oh yeah. Well, God, we probably have some severe storms there in the Philippines. No doubt about it. Yeah, I'm not looking at the. I'll have to look at this again. If you don't study this under the light, you can mess up a perfect sculpture, because the thing is, the whole reason why this mask, even in the 78, looks so creepy was due to proper lighting and proper shadows were in place on the face itself. This has got all the right shadows, but if I had bumped this out just a little too far, or bumped this out just a little too not far enough, you end up with all the wrong shadows. And the key to success with this mask is definitely shadows. You've got to have good shadow. The shadows have to be there. And it's not so much art paint. I mean, you do want the paint there for like daylight shots, but the majority of you don't paint in here. I don't believe in putting paint into these darker areas. You do it through the lips. You do a little light shadowing, but not a ton. And the mask will give you all the natural shadows. That it'll provide all the shadows for you if it's made properly. Yep. But I am getting very tired, guys, and okay, Luke. The name you want to my email is DJ Styles with 3 Y's. It's D as in dog, J as in jump, S as in snake, T as in Tom, YYYLES at gmail.com. 3 Y's, remember that. DJ Styles. And I spell it with Y's, not I's. All right, that's my Gmail account. And you can send me a name through there. And you can send me an email and send me the names. This guy's going to be awesome. I can't wait for this thing to be done. This is going to be a really cool mask. I can't wait to make a 2018 from this. Oh, I aged this to make it look like the 2018, and then so on and so forth. This is going to be a nice mask. This is going to be a seller. I think this will sell. Yes, sir, I do. No caps. No capitals. All lowercase. Still need to join a meeting? Is that what you meant to say? And it's 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock in the morning here. I don't know what it is there, but it's pretty late here. But thanks for joining me here, Luke. And I will see you maybe tomorrow night. I might do some more work. I'm really hooked into this now. I'm really like because I know what it is. I know what's driving me now is because I really had this thing nailed, and now it's making me want to really finish it. Jesus, I can't believe how good this is. This is really good. It's gonna be awesome, man. This is gonna be awesome. It's gonna be a hell of a mask. It's gonna be a really awesome mask. Good night. Asylum, you're still here? Ghost of Haddonfield. Oh man, I love the name. The problem is I have to keep it one word. Field of Dreams. No, Field Haddonfield Slasher. It's 2 words. I can't really use Haddonfield because it was in the movie. It's actually a location of what they used in the movie. So I have to stay away from anything that they used in the movie at all. I have to stay away from it. Any names that were actually used in the movie or even phrases, like the darkest eyes, blah, 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 blah. I can't use that kind of thing. I can't use anything that was actually, in the movie. This guy's gonna be cool. Oh my God. I'm so impressed with myself right now. I hate to do this, but I'm going to. That a boy guy. Anyway. I'm seeing a delayed reaction. I'm watching my monitor, and there's literally there's like 30-second delay before you guys see me. Asylum. Sculpture. Looking good. Yeah, I do. I actually like this better than my my Night Creeper. I think it's because it's turning out so good. Nah. No, it's got to be something that will really say Flashback mask. It has to be something that actually says Flashback. And I'm thinking Slasher. I'm thinking it's going to be not Slasher. I'm sorry. Asylum. Damn it. I have to look back on the... I'm going to have to keep all these names in there. I can't think of the name that I really liked. Terrible. Senior moment. That's right. I'm officially going to be a senior in a couple days. 29th of June, baby. And I'm a senior. I got about 30 days to be a senior, and I'll be a senior. A senior citizen. And I want my discounts. Houston, Illinois. thinking, Illinois. Get my meaning? Illinois instead of Illinois. Illinois. Illinois killer. No, there's no way I would use that. Still needs to be a flatter for the scale. It has to be a little flatter to get it to look right. Illinois slasher. Now I'm trying to keep it to a one word. I have to bring that down more. It's too protruding. That's better. That's better. And what I do there is it's supposed to be muscle under the flesh, not over it. If you know what I mean. That's a little better. Yeah, I'm just taking a whisper off all those strokes, and I only got a little tiny clay off of that. Okay, I'm wrapping it up for the night, guys. Straggler. That's pretty cool. Straggler 78. Now it's got to mean flashback. It's got to mean like, you know, you're doing a flashback to 78. It's got to mean that. So anyway, I am going to wrap it up, man, because I am dead tired. It's getting very late, and that's what I've been looking at all night. See, there's the actual screen used mask, and that's me looking at my screen. Crazy, huh? And you can see the picture that I have off to the left side. So anyway, I'm going to jump off of here, guys. Thanks for joining me and joining this journey into this flashback mask. 317 minutes, man. Whew. That's a long time. Nope, not that one either, so keep plugging away at it and send them to my email. I got to jump off of here, though, man. I'm really getting tired. I'm starving, too. I'm hungry. Hungry, hungry, hungry. All right, so peace. Catch you on the flip side on the next video. I should be live in a couple. I might even be live tomorrow night. I'm just so eager to keep going with this now because I'm really getting close to what I want. It's going to be really cool. Yeah, man. It's going to be a nice, really nice mask. Yes, it will be. All right, I'll see you guys later. Have a good night. Peace. Love you all, and thanks for being on for so long, and thanks for hitting the likes and hitting the and oh, if you're not a member, hit the subscribe button. Join me along on my journey into mask making. It's a 3-year journey so far. That's all I've been doing this for. So it's a long journey, but it's worth it because I love it. All right, peace. See ya.